or Google.
Sad.
What's up with that? Because it also happened on the first bus, I'm pretty sure. Like on the one of the 27s we tried.
Something else.
Thank you for the keys, friends, and enjoy your vacation, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess we're also going on vacation, yeah?
I suppose so.
Our stop splitting, so do we.
Sound muted.
Alrighty, I have changed my title. I have changed my game. I have changed the volume of OBS Desktop. My friends, it is time for us to begin. I'm going to run to the bathroom and grab a drink, and then it'll be time. One Elpis, my friends, one Elpis. Let's sit here under the cherry tree, I think. And then I'm gonna go to the bathroom and come back. And then we'll do this entire zone. I'm excited. Also, I have a premonition that while I'm going to the bathroom, one of you is going to plug in your phone. Weird. Hey everyone. I hope you are ready for some Elpis. Steamer quit. Yeah, it's true. I'm kind of over it, guys. I'm gonna go do other stuff. No Elpis. You keep saying no Elpis. You're right. We don't need any Elpis. Hey everyone. Some split runs, yeah. Some split runs for sure. Play Lancer without Jobstone. Why would you do that to yourself? That sounds horrible. Horrendous. Horrible. Going through the last hour of yesterday's VOD. Luckily, I slowed down a lot in the last hour, I think. Okay. Are you ready, my friends? Let's find out what Hythlodeus has to say and how scornful Emmett Silk is of us. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, begin our guided tour. Perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to ether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect, which we read about in a short story. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for an in-depth observation and study. Fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you'll enjoy touring it with us. Leith was here earlier. He was doing some fishing. And then he said he was going to miss out on some fishing due to some family activities. I believe he's busy with family obligations. Check the weather. It looks really nice. Clear skies. No fog. Good weather. Now then, our friend Hermes. Aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he'll be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so... Do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. He wants me to summon a robe? In that case, Emmett Selk. No. Your whim, your responsibility. You are not getting another thimble of ether out of me. The way he scrims sometimes, you'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic. Am I quiet? I don't know why. A bit? No. Yes? No. A bit? No. Alright. Thank you for the help. Very well. I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. You're being soothing. Yeah. Maybe I'm being quiet because I'm not being as assertive with my reading as I sometimes am. I am in a good mood. You're soft-spoken today, am I? How strange. Hythlodeus. These creatures should suffice. Yes? An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Petolidae. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the Petolidae first. Good luck. Alright, use the rope to capture a weakened snake man. Oh, he's dead. Well, shit. Alright, try again. Oh, this is an Ophion. Well, you know, I'm just farming some XP. You have to grind a little bit in these games, right? This is a Petaluda. Obviously. Alright, we have captured the Petolida. Starts murdering everything. Listen, these creatures were here to be tested, and I just gave them some testing. You've caught the Petolidae. Come, come, let us see. Duly weakened and carefully bound, this Petolida is destined to become clothing. These fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. There, it's ready. It's nothing fancy, but we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. Man, Emmett is being very patient. Are these creatures not being tested? Oh, it's fine. There's no one around to tell us off. And besides, we can always make more Petolidae. They need only a tiny amount of ether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see we're the dam. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emmett Silk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you are. Best to simply say you're a familiar. Do you know what I am? The question is whose? Ah, of course. Azim's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence. For lack of his presence? Absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Sophists robe, Paideia, and Hupidima. I'm guessing I have to wear those. As dubious as it is, passing you off as Azim's familiar is probably the best approach. Should he take offense that others so readily believe his recklessness is to blame, he is welcome to mend his ways. As a child in your original size? I think not. Augmented or no, your ether is still far too thin to be considered normal. Dye it and wear it? What did I get? A hat? Nope. A robe? Can I preview what it would look like with this? Yes. Hey, you canceled my dyeing, Rain. Is that honey yellow? You know I'm not using honey yellow. What was I doing? I forgot. Becoming pink. Wow. Doesn't that look nice? If you're ready, let us continue along the path to Anagnorisis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Pants and boots? They are. See? The pants and boots are fully mocked, just like everything else. Wow. Okay. Robin wearing a pink robe on a white unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
We proud, my friends, we proud. Yes. Can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask I assume you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you'll find him at one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. Why is Robin's hair not pink? Robin's hair is beautiful. I say, Hythlodius, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Yeah, I could. As you know, Emetzelk and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elvis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment like as not, but point taken. I cheer you. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I wouldn't presume that you possess any. Hee hee. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. Alright. Short, dark hair. Hee hee. Search for Hermes. There he is. Why did you bother describing the short dark hair when he also has a name that says Hermes?
Ah, you are...
You're a murderer.
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and
What
me.
are you?
We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait.
Hmm?
Greetings and salutations.
Oh my.
Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts.
You know, some people think that's an
May we
invasion of privacy.
please be friends? May we please be friends?
Ah, I see you found him.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation.
Fair.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to...
He's insulting his friend right in front of me.
Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Nod.
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
Meteon.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's
Elegant,
wrong,
good morning.
Hermes?
An ambystoma is missing.
Ambystoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The Ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
If they can fly, surely they can come down safely.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Adorable creations. Oh, they look like fish. Alright, let's go save the creature from up in the tree. An adventurous Ambistoma. It seems Hermes and Meteon have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an Ambistoma. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The Ambistoma. Hermes saw it high up at the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him, and he slipped. Everything under control, I trust. Yes, rest assured, this is nothing new to me. I've ended up in far more compromising positions in the course of my work. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Compromising positions, you say? Indeed. Man, Matean and Robin will be very good friends. They're both bird brains. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Median. Both you and, Robin Gelson. Robin Gelson, you're called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. ... Oh no, I forgot all about its fellows. My friends are watching them. Truly, what a relief. I must thank Emmett Selk and Hithlodius when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way... As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let's return to Anagnorisis. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambistomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space if you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, the meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. Alright, let's go have our meeting. Ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome. Gimmick, thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate the support. Big either? I didn't see one. D3A,
This
thank you
appears
for
to be the place.
sub.
And here is where we part ways.
Where's that mount from? From streaming long enough someone gives it to me.
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
He doesn't want me there.
What? Will I have to remove you by force? Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I do not object to his attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe he can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise.
Your experimental bird girl.
Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself, do you hear?
Make me, Emmett.
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down, and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return.
He has not earned his death.
Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no, I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
I think this has some implications for the summoning of Zodiark. And I also think it has some implications for the final days we're experiencing. I'm sorry, Robin. I didn't mean a walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk. If they go joyously to their deaths knowing that their return to the star nurtures the world, what happens when they are trapped by Zodiark instead? And if the star is nurtured by the return of people's souls upon death, what happens when their souls are extinguished by being converted into rage monsters? Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I am sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. But don't worry now. I'm fine now. So why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Ooh, I'll teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, and then you tell me something. Okay, we can be friends. It will be. You know, I just noticed her feet. Where to start? Ah, yes. Let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead. Meteon is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Yep. Birdbone's not good enough for you? He's a very cute child. What have we here? Though you look like a person, your ether is quite thin. I assume you're a familiar like Meteon. Is there something you need? This is Robin. Could you teach him about Elpis? Ah, newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to him. As you know, it's mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. Any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing, which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So heed your masters well, and be good. Do you hear? We will, Memnon, we will. Thank you for the lesson. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Where did you come from? Yeah, I came from the Crystarium. Why wouldn't I say that? She doesn't know what it is. Crystarium? I've never heard of it. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power, I haven't told you about it. Creation. Let's find a creation that's not being watched and I'll explain my power. It's the bird in the telescopes. This creation is perfect, but I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new. Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. Nod. That is an angry-looking bird. I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read. Wait, please. I'll try again. With you this time. Nod. Greetings. Can you hear me? Yeah. This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind, rather you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. I also understand other languages. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leaving me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Yep. Now it's my turn again. So what are you good at? Is it her turn? She asked me where I was from. I said the Crystarium. She said, let me show you my power. And then it was her turn again. What am I good at? I'm good at fighting. That is all Robin is good at. That must mean you are strong. Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him. It's glaring at you. You want me to stab it? I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go and see Youth next. She's usually in a small building, one on the West Row. Nod. Bird didn't even flinch. Bird is ... Bird is unfazed. I think I like that bird. Youth. Well, well, if it isn't Meteon. I see you brought a friend today. Greetings, Youth. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Robin. Candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat median. You weren't made to. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. Literally mansplaining her desire for an apple away. Unacceptable in 2022. I'm sorry, Robin. I wanted to show you my favorite thing, and then I could ask about yours. But I failed. Oh, you like stabbing people? Yes. Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Robin. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? Sure. She's a woman. I can't believe that A, you would assume her gender, and B, that you would assume the gender of mansplaining in 2022. You're despicable, chat. It's actually insane. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Median good. Robin wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him about this place, about my power, about your favorite food, like you did. The difference between us is that I know that mansplaining is indeed gender neutral, and you assumed it had a gender. Unfortunate. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use, but I do appreciate you keeping Median company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emetselk and Hythlodaeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. Are you mansplaining to us? Are you mansplaining my mansplaining of mansplaining to you? If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propalion. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I don't mind. To see the joy his presence brings Median, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Robin is kind. Really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward ambystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. Okay. This here is a new species of Pataluda who recently set loose. Isn't it beautiful and frighteningly large? It's been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it into the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? I do. It's the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. Attune? I can attune later, there's no rush. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. I'll attune before I leave. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Alright. Guess I may as well. Hey, Jen. Ah, yes. Lightning Pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it is in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift toward a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the Pneuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Meteon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Pneuma? Huh. By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Using this concept crystal, anyone can harness lightning regardless of spellcasting skill. I have to cast it at the ground. Huh. That is weird. Perfectly done, Robin. Look. See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Sure. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. That's what Robin's been saying this whole time. That's what Robin thinks, too. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petluda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Ah, you finished already. I'm sorry. I was in the way. Didn't you argue in Shadowbringers animal lives don't matter? I don't think I did, but I'm willing to. I suspect that I was arguing about Emmett's treatment of us, and someone tried to turn it into an animal rights argument, which I wasn't particularly interested in. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Speak with Hermes again. Alarm. With the Gubu. You have any pets? No. But my daughters have 4 cats.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
Hey, there's an Elpis flower. My last one got broken by Nadana.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
Empathetic, she means, Robin.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions.
Ah, Akasa.
In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
This was yesterday. I actually do remember.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena. Are Entelekis.
I'm gonna call them empaths instead.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. and though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions.
Looks like maybe you
Nay.
do.
I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelecchies.
What are these answers?
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
Yeah, well, you know, you'll see. Say that again to me in 6,000
A
years.
deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Cool. It does sound like maybe the echo has something related to what she was talking about. Empathy. Intellecty. Because the echo also lets me understand other people and beings. We're drawing on something for limit breaks. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew. But it irks me to discover there's an entirely different form of energy and no one told me. And that sucks, bro. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. You wish to know why Emmett Selk was chosen for the convocation. I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're here to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. My apologies for the wait. I've inspected the Ampalos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long before it's released into the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. Charybdis. Pronouncing Charybdis right? Of course. I've read about it before. You read? Yeah. It's true. I read it from a third-party source. I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. Dictionaries are third-party tools. I didn't learn about a Charybdis in the dictionary. This third-generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly toward water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable. Flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning toward water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it. helping it manipulate wind until it finds its wings. Wow. Daddy Charybdis. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know. And of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and therefore transcend the limits of one's flesh. So what you're telling me is, you probably don't actually look like that. I bet you're a Lala. I bet your face is fake. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless. Shameful. You might understand, do you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may... Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emetzelk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows? Somewhere out of sight. Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. Trust you don't mind. No? You're annoying. Go away. Emetzelk is out of sight? Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emetzelk train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Robin, I want you to go to Emetzelk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now. Good luck. With the chat mode and say, I have a favor to ask. Alright. Well, are your preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? Oh no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Hythlodius is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If he's to be believed, if Hythlodius is to be believed, relentless insistence may wear down the ever-weary Emmett Sulk. Use your keyboard to say, please, Emmett Sulk, to plead with Emmett Sulk.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Okay. Well, I thought you could fly by yourself.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we? You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even.
Yep, that's like Robin, except with fighting.
Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But
Like
much of his
yours.
grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Choking on something? I just have a cough.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selks notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. Great. Robin and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. Nod. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Nod. Indeed, with this we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though I helped it achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them, if that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way, we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes. I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnorisis for now. Nod. Alright. All done. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Any thoughts? No, not really. It's the bunnies all over again. Tell me, Robin, in the course of watching me, have you learned anything of value? What does that even mean? It's a whole bunch of heavy stuff just happened. Now let's calm down with something lighter and sillier. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Something the matter? The Lycaean. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupites, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry? Or somehow provoked? Talking about dying? Yeah, they're fine with it. Why shouldn't I be? It's their life, it's their decision. They don't feel sorrow for it. Why would I? Plus, it already happened. Billions of zillions of years ago. I had just fed them myself, and the occupites were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycaean that is to blame. Their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I've no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. It happened in the past, so you're okay with it? I gotta admit, stuff that happened in prehistory typically doesn't cause me much of a fuss. Hermes, wait! How often do you cry about when one caveman did that other thing to that other caveman? If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. It's really weird when people like... I don't know what you're trying to do. Trying to convince me to have an emotional response. You know that's not how emotions work, right? The area is interesting. You guys may as well get your hats out now. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A Lycaean was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base of the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Say it happened 88 years ago, are you still okay with it? Oh my god! I wonder what the chatter is referring to. I wonder what he's trying to make a comparison with. I wonder if he's suggesting that I'm an awful human being because I don't care about the Holocaust and Nazis. Jesus Christ. He got me! Oh my god! I'm fucking terrible! Bro, go away. Emmett Selk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycan did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Robin. Come. It's down this path and over the bridge. That's what the ban you just gave? I didn't ban anyone. If he wants to say some more, he can, but come the fuck on. What do you want from me? We just taught some creature how to fly and you're upset that I'm not emotionally invested? And you're gonna bring up Nazis as though I'm a terrible person for it? It's absurd. It's actually absurd. One guide? Well, anyone can one guide me right now because, like I said, this is the bunnies all over again. I'm watching chat more than I'm watching the game. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Matian is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side. You don't cry at the next monster you kill? Guys, alright, I'll do my best to cry when we next fix an animal that they've made here. I think it's a perfectly pleasant area, with a reasonable amount of lore interspersed in between the helping the butterflies or turning them into clothes, and helping the weird winged creature fly, and now helping this other animal. That's fine. It's a reasonably pleasant area. What's actually turning me off of it is the really weird questions. That's what's making this like less entertaining, you know? You want me to be... This all started because you wanted me to be sad about these guys' philosophy to death. First of all, I think I've made it very clear before that their philosophy would not be inconsistent with what I think in the first place. If they want to choose when they die, then I think that there is agency and dignity in that, and I respect their decisions. It's not gonna make me cry. I don't know them. They're not my friend. They're not my family. They aren't a person who my experience with has created a connection such that I value their presence in my life and suffer loss when they're gone. And if they also don't suffer that loss when one of their friends decides to rejoin the star, then who am I to tell them they should? Hythlodaeus isn't sad about it. And should I tell him that he's wrong? That he needs to cry about it? Because you're telling me that I should be sad about Hythlodaeus' friend when Hythlodaeus isn't even sad. Need to stop focusing on one idiot. The problem is the one idiot is a little bit more entertaining than clicking on these boxes. And it's funny, like how you get from Hythlodaeus describing their beautiful philosophy about deciding to rejoin the star and contribute their ether to the nourishment of the star. You go from there to that is death and therefore Streamer should be sad. And then you go from there to Streamer isn't sad, therefore he doesn't care about things that happened in the past. And you go from there to therefore he liked Hitler. I'm just a little stun-locked by that chain. I'll admit it. I'm a little stun-locked by that chain. Once I get back and record today's results, I should finally be able to put that report to bed. Not Dora's. His hair is long, but the color is wrong. Alright. You are not Dora's. We're looking for Dora's. Hello, my friends. I will indeed click this. Hi. Though my nymphi may be capricious, insolent, gluttonous, generally lacking any sense of morality whatsoever, I think they're delightful. Fea'ul? Fea'ul? I think he invented the Fae. Think he invented chat? No. I know that I'll usually I'll see a line in chat and I'll think it's interesting and I'll respond to it and I'll forget who said it 2 seconds later. Chat's moving too fast for me to blame any one person, so instead I blame chat. I don't mean it, neither should you. I think, yeah, that's a really good point, by the way. Arichi, I agree with you. This is, to me, this is a light-hearted illustration of a relationship between old friends who have had a really important part in our story, and we have the opportunity to go back in time and see how they were before disaster struck. That's pretty cool. I like that. I appreciate the zone for what it is, but I'm not going to appreciate it for what it isn't to me. Doros. That's Doros. Well now, if it isn't Mitian, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. This is your fault due to one of 3 fish? Did I only get 1 fish? I feel like maybe I got 3 and you're just misremembering. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycians, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Tissus. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. Peasant. We've heard the news that a Lycian slaughtered Occupants. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they're released. Lycians would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? No. Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them and all exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos. A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Pastorat may wish to have words with you. Oh. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits. And to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture. Making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. Not sure if I agree with that. Not sure if I agree with it either. They are showing to a large degree Hermes' care for his creations. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things. I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. I agree. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Nod. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. Man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. Face to face with your own alterability or extermination if they deem you... Whoa. Fancy. Thank you very much, Elia. I appreciate it. Those are some nice pieces. Big upgrades. I'm very grateful. Oh, 186 and 188. Nice. Thank you very, very much. That's amazing. What a very, very generous gift. Thank you. There's a chance I already had one of them. Except that I think this came from a quest or something. Yep, there's a chance I already had one. Didn't know. I know. And there's no reason why you wouldn't. I apologize for wasting your gil and time and effort creating it, but I am very grateful for the rest of the gear. Thank you so, so much. And that as well. Equip it anyway. No, that's true. I will. Maybe it's prettier. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Gear and inventory? No, it's just that it's level 88, and I'm not quite there yet. Etienne. Are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Robin. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Mateen in your care again? I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Robin? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes is getting free childcare off Robin. Hermes quickly evaluated the relative use of Robin and his skill set, and has appropriately consigned him to childcare. He probably can't screw that up too much. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. Assume your pet Mateen? No, I would never pet a child. That's weird. Flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 Wonders. She's not a child. Yes, she is. Mateen is now accompanying me. Alright, let's go get a flower. Here we have some lovely purple flowers. Is your daughter? None of my business. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. So big and bright, I love them. They might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Oh. She doesn't want that flower. She wants a different flower. That's not a flower, it's a tree. Tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. And you guys wonder why I'm looking at chat more than the game. They just made me go pet a tree for no reason other than to be like, haha, you idiot. You thought this was a flower? I'm happy to be one guide right now. Alright, here are some flowers. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Oh my god, it's the wine and cheese all over again. The tree has a bad, sad backstory. That's probably true. Surely we're not giving this to cheer Hermes up. Actually, maybe it would. That on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Ooh, a conian! A flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. That flower wants to eat his face. But you're good, Robin, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Good at spotting flowers. Am I? I saw some flowers, but then I looked at a tree, and then I looked at a Venus face trap. I'm not sure that I am good at finding flowers. Alright, these look like flowers, but this does not look like a flower. Maybe if I, like, point at the flowers. instead of at the statue. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Over there, Robin. Something big. Something huge. It's not a flower. Malodorous grass. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the Morble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. Yeah? Do you want to pick the thing off its head? When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Robin? Would he like it? I would love to say yes. So, not this one either. Finding a good flower is harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Robin, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Thought she was going to get eaten and that set Daniel off. No. I know that you're all going to Pepe laugh and be like, it's going to get worse, but this is the lighthearted, pacing, world-building, cheese-making, wine-finding, grape-growing part of this zone. And I'm here for it. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Ah, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there, what could it be? Are you? I am. Just stop trying to convince me that it's Nazis. The wine stuck with you? Did it not with you? I remember the entire wine quest vividly. Remember when we went to the great wine merchant to be like, can we have your wine? And he's like, get the hell out of here, I hate you. So we went back to our little Lalafell, and she was like, well, we used to be able to make great wine, but the vines that we used have gone extinct and we can't find any. And then, by chance, out of pure luck, a man sent us back to her with a bowl, I think, made out of that vine. What a coincidence. And then we went back and we found the vine and we brought it back to her. And she said to give it to the mean guy. And then he was like, that's great. I'm going to make millions from this new grape. So here, have a bottle of wine. That was like, man, that touched me in ways that nothing has come even close to compared to, you know, the bloody banquet that came after. Of course I remember the winemaking. It was a long slog of winemaking. We found some flowers. They're Alpus. Ah, Alpus flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're intellecties. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. He makes them turn dark? The flower was dark in your home? Yeah. during the actual, you know, apocalypse, in an area where ether was essentially being destroyed by souls dying without returning to the star. Do you have it too? A dark emotion? Let's see. This is Whirlit, and this is DSR. I see. Hermes has known the same, the feeling that a part of you is gone, again and again, but no one notices. Please, Robin, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow. I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He's been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't alone, that others are sad too. Truly? You'll do it? Yes, I have it on good authority that I can't change anything here anyway. Why not? Thank you, Robin. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. We miss our mother's flower. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they've finished.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision.
He seems sad.
My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
Kind of a
You're
lovely
not the
lilac
only
color.
one, Hermes.
It's not
Others
the black
feel
and
sad
disintegrating
too.
color.
You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Ooh, shiny lights. sensible hedgehog.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful.
I remember.
Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep.
I mean, I said I was sad. I didn't say I was sad about the same things.
Owen asked what you thought as he kneeled beside the Alpes. Or if he only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Thanks.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden, you are a strange one. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters.
That's really cool. That's super cool. Biological
sisters.
interstellar travel.
She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey. traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
Let me know if you find dragons. Or giant death robots.
It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right.
It's very sad that he is suffering and feels isolated and alone because no one shares his suffering, because everyone is satisfied and blissful about their world. That is sad. It's hard to be alone and not think that anyone understands you or can relate to your pain. Yeah, I get that. I wonder if he has the right job. Like, I can understand and empathize with his desire for these creatures to be able to live their own destinies and not be extinguished from the planet because they don't fit the purpose of their creation. But I don't know, it seems part and parcel of creating. This whole cataclysmic arrogance of creating life forms and then curating them to select the best ones for an ecosystem that you're building. The one entails the other one. If you're going to create creatures, there'll probably be mistakes. Seems kind of inevitable. Maybe you'd be happier working somewhere else. But maybe not. It might be that those thoughts called him to this job because he felt he could be the best advocate for preventing the alteration or destruction of creatures, like we saw with the Charybdis and the unpronounceable hostile creatures. Maybe he wanted to be their advocate in a way that he felt wasn't being done. Still, I think he'd be happier in a different job. Kind of like when you became prosecutor. Well, no, because if I'm right, and he did this deliberately in order to try to do the best he could, and even knowing that it was going to make him sad, then he was smarter than I was. I didn't realize how sad I was going to be when I became a prosecutor. It was, the better analogy there would be me starting to become a prosecutor was pretty much the exact same as me starting to play Shadowbringers. I thought I was going to do some good in the world, entertain some people, put some smiles on some faces, make the world a better place, and then, you know, heart-crushing despair ensued. That's the better analogy. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it's time I attend to my next task. As Emetzelk and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. 7 were created for observation. And all 7 must be unmade. And all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species, until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released from the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. This is why his job is so hard for him, right? I think he's talked about hating the curating and modifying, altering, and destruction of creations, but I think he also, whether he realizes it or not, hates the creation of them too, because this is entailed in their creation. The process of finding out that these creations will destroy everything else and therefore cannot be tolerated to exist. If he thinks this through all the way to the end, he's gonna hate the entire process, the entire occupation of creating and then curating and exterminating creatures. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Put it in a zoo, kind of. Claim that you can use it as an example and study for future learning and prevention of this kind of catastrophe, but in reality you just want to keep them alive. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaons have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. So, I think I get him, and I certainly empathize with his feeling of being alone and not being able to have anyone to talk to or understand his pain. That's rough, right? Not having anyone that you can, say, hey man, this blows, and then sympathize and give you a hug. That sucks. Sometimes you need a hug. Well, but I'm fascinated by his explore the galaxy stuff. Let's go. It would be so cool if there was some kind of a tie-in to the dragons. Midgard Sormer called our star the Source, the last beacon of hope. And he was in a war against some ancient society that used Omega weapons as combat mechanisms. And he set off with his clutch to the last beacon of hope, where Hydaelyn spoke to him and said stuff, I guess. I don't know. They became kind of allies? What if this guy's emissaries reached him? That'd be so cool. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. Well, shoot. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. Any above is going to be need to be handled by someone who can fly. Okay, good. Yeah, see, Emmett knows Robin can't fly. You and Robin handle the one in the field. The ones in the sky you can leave to me. Nod. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. So I've gone from a thing to a thing that they acknowledge has useful stabbing skills. That's an upgrade. I've been promoted. Mitian, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes, the Lycaons must be reverted. I would spare you their pain and mine. This is my burden, not yours. But if you are intent on helping, then please follow my lead. Of course I'm willing to help. I like stabbing stuff. And this is apparently stuff that needs stabbing. Yggdrasil. That's clever. That's cute. I like that. Like Yggdrasil, except with a treant. They can fly? I appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry. Within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycaon's attention. Here's my plan. You will be the bait. It might kill you, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. Let's go! That button hits hard. Is Heaven's Thrust? I haven't looked at potencies, but is Heaven's Thrust the highest potency attack? It hits so hard. How weird that it's like this third button in the middle of one half of your combo.
Now.
Oh, that sound.
Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas.
Coming. We won? Yeah,
not forgotten.
We had to do that.
In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again.
Why do we need to kill them? Because they'll
Serve
kill
not
everything else.
the star, or any purpose save your own.
Seems like this is really just a metaphor
Live
for
again.
Emmet. This
If that
thing
be your desire.
equals Emmet.
Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy.
But we'll remember it.
But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Soft piano. Why does it make you so sad? Because of the music. They cheat with the music.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another.
And also
To
because
be
he's
replaced.
He's
It
clearly
changes
in pain,
nothing.
right? You sympathize with
Tell
his
me,
pain.
do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction?
It happened hundreds of years ago. Yeah, but you're seeing it now. I understand if you're sympathetic. I'm sympathetic, but I'm not
to take up
invested.
the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything,
That makes me feel worse for
I
him.
beg some time to gather my thoughts.
Okay, that actually makes me feel worse for him.
Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus,
You know what I mean?
fear I must trouble you to attend to the
Feeling
others.
like you can't feel how you feel or
Tis
express
no
how
trouble
it
at
feels
all.
because your feelings
Take
hurt
as long
someone
as
you
you
care
require.
about, that blows. That hurts. You know, that sucks.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
I heard a story like rabbits, pretty much the same. When they told me I couldn't have any more of those carrots. It was so hard. Hermes is relatable. Hermes is very relatable. It doesn't matter what the cause of your depression is, right? People get sad about all kinds of different things, and some people will understand and relate to the cause of your sadness and others won't. But we can all relate to the fact of sadness and the need for comfort and the need for sharing and the badness of not being able to express or feel your feelings because of your desire to make someone else happy or keep someone else from being unhappy because of your unhappiness. Like, all of those things are super relatable, regardless of how you feel about his particular cause of depression. You know, and try to tell him to get over it. Have you guys considered creating antidepressants instead of angry monster dogs? The other Lycaons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. I shall look forward to your submission. Yeah. Man, it's such a weird, unbelievably bureaucratic society. I really like... The writers always do a very good job of this. I feel very confident that they do a good job of like doing the research as to what's been said in the past when they write about a topic that's been talked about before. But what I'm going in a circle to explain that I really like how consistent these conversations are with the bureaucratic state we saw in Emmett Selk's reflection of Amarat. Like, we were there in the Department of Bureaucratic Oversight of the creation of catalogs or something, and it was so very clearly this crazy civil service bureaucracy, and all of these conversations are very consistent with it. Well, have you submitted your paperwork? No? Well, I shall look forward to your timely submission, at which time I will consider it and reject it out of hand, most likely. All of this is like very well put together to be consistent with that. And it paints a society that's definitely alien, you know, in many ways. Obviously, there's some reflections and analogies you can draw to our modern lives, but this is an unbelievably powerful society that can create living beings, manipulate their form and function, change them to better fit that form and function, exterminate them if they don't satisfy, and they've bound that up in this civil service, meritocracy, bureaucratic thing. It's very interesting. You could say they're gods. You could say they're gods. I'm not going to say that. Alien familiar. I mean, there's so many analogies you could draw, right? This presages the idea, or at least alludes to the idea of genetic modification of organisms within our own lifetimes, of the elimination of particular species that we deem to be particularly worthless. Like, there are lots of parallels that this is obviously drawing upon. The names are the names of gods. Oh, so if I named myself a god, then I could be a god? Who cares if their names are gods? That doesn't make them gods. No more mosquitoes. Can you create living beings? I can, yeah. I've contributed to the creation of living beings twice. Their names are Ainslin and Gwendolyn. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Now, the fact that I've done it in the past doesn't particularly speak to whether I could do so now, because the answer to that, lacking a willing partner, is no. No, I cannot. Never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. Yet what must it be like to experience such torment? Follow that thought, maybe. Where to now? If there's anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. I've been trying not to draw the parallel, you know? Like, there's things you could be annoying and lawyer about the things we're being told. Their willingness to do their work and then gloriously rejoin the star, and it's a beautiful and wonderful thing, contrasted with Emmett's clinging to his rejection and inability to accept their subsequent sacrifice, right? You can do these comparisons, you can draw these illusions. And of course, there's this illusion where he can't possibly understand the pain being felt by Hermes with regard to the destruction of these creatures, but we know that very soon he will. Where to now? If there's anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I would be glad to show you the way. You get to Pepe laugh at Emmett. I wouldn't Pepe laugh at Emmett. Except when he's like, your echo is useless, and we all know what happens in a few tens of thousands of years. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the election. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. That was funny. That was a very clever little joke that the writer stuck in for us, and I enjoyed it. Your ability to use this magical non-ether energy to break the limits of normal tolerance is useless. Meanwhile, in a trial, in a long time from now, Ever the pragmatist. Allow me to remain your humble guide. What of you, Robin? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. Needed 7 others. It's true, but he never said 1v1 me. So who cares? You needed 7 others. 1v1 me, bro. 1v1 me, bro. If you would follow me, we will head first back to Anagnorisis. Alright, we're going back this way. It's probably... Honestly, it looks about the same both ways. Goodbye, my friends. Although they'll beat me there. Ether current? I didn't see an ether current. Nope. You're starving? Yeah, I should feed you today sometime. What's this mount? I don't know. I'm afraid. Someone in chat will know. Here, I'll zoom in. Someone in chat will know. It's like a peacock antelope kangaroo thing. I went too far. Because I turned off this the interface so that you could see it, and then I went too far. It's gorgeous. It's a beautiful mount. You got some rich-ass friends? I have some very kind, generous friends who enjoy giving me things. I'm showing them off on stream. Rich? Nobody said rich. From here, we follow the path northwards to Natonius. I wasn't super interested in the introduction of this quest, which seemed fairly slow. We got some lore from Hythlodaeus, and then we got helping the animals and looking at flowers. And I have to admit that the flower questline itself got me a little bit out of the mood. But then after the flower quest, when we actually started talking to Hermes and learning things, then now I'm there. I'm really, really into it again. And if I was particularly offensive to chat during my period of minor being dialed out because I thought the story was so boring, then I apologize. Yeah. There it is. Alright, let's head to Natonius. There we will find one of the Neas, which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device altogether once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. You don't have to apologize? Shall we? Yes. I don't know. I feel like I do. Yeah, I feel better having done so. Why? Because I feel better having done so. I would always rather be willing to, I would like myself to be the kind of person who is willing to apologize and make amends rather than stand on pride or principle. I can always strive to do a better job of being charitable and civil when discussing things, no matter what has happened. Yeah, that's why. We love you. Thank you, Gigi. Even if you think that everything I said was fine, I would still prefer that I had done a better job Or I would like to want to be the kind of person who would have done a better job of discussing it. I don't think I can click this. Hey, Persea. What did you say? Hard to use this thing. Oh. Yeah, I can't either. You're tad mature for your chat. I'm actually not, though. My chat is extraordinarily mature and overall extraordinarily gracious about engaging in fun, interesting, and civil conversations. We have proven it many times with extraordinarily controversial subjects, and I'm grateful for it. Here we are, Natonius. Are you calling us old? No, just 37. This Neus will take us to Kalamelios Zephyros, the Western Island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Stepped his way and we can soon admire the view from above. We're emotional vampires. I mean, that is true. But I am to a certain extent as well, because I use you guys as a way to unpack and unwind some of the emotional bandwidth beating me about the heart. 30 in 4 days. Happy birthday in advance. I didn't feel anything when I turned 30.
I present to you Kalamelios Zephyros.
Kalamelios Zephyros.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos. Okay.
Right then. Let's begin by... Well, an Arrayus. How delightful.
Oh.
And what, pray tell, is that?
It's
That's
a shark.
a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago.
It's actually a shark. I can't believe that he just called it a shark. Wow.
Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept.
Why? Why do you guys keep making toothy things instead of fluffy things?
At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads or arms
Super
or
sharks.
legs or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Whoa.
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
Wow. He's gotta be idling. Eidolon's watcher construct called her Vana. This is
Well
Vana.
now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Vana, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work.
He sounds so disapproving. The gall of that woman. continuing to live after she should properly die. She has to be part of the faction that after the first sacrifice of half and then the second sacrifice of another half didn't want to give up the life of the star to bring back the sacrificed, and instead she has to be part of that faction, so therefore we love her.
Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
What? Okay. There's two things that are really funny in this shell-shocked moment. First, I'm pretty sure I looked exactly like this. And second, the sound of the wind whistling, symbolizing the complete emptiness of my thoughts for a moment there. Oh, that was good. Good lord. I guess it makes sense, even though I had never thought of it before. The current Fandaniel is retiring. They're looking for another Fandaniel. Azem is one of them as well. The Azems must cycle through. I had no expectation that the Azem that they were talking about was more than one person, and certainly not that Hydaelyn, or Vanar, Hydaelyn's heart, was previously an incarnation or version of me. That was just the title. Yeah, I know. Just like Fandaniel. I get that. But I hadn't thought about it that way. Losing your old self? I didn't say she was. Gambling is being spammed, so I assume there's spoilers in chat and I should start looking. That's a cool moment.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number.
Stalling has reached rich levels by now. Yeah, okay. That's some copium.
A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
Unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
That's the short story we read, isn't it? Not the first one, but the second one.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
This is some weird Back to the Future stuff.
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Okay. Didn't expect that. How did you know?
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
Fair enough.
Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
Maybe you could have forgotten it? I guess not. Too high IQ.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Traveler's Ward. Preventing the corruption of ether. No. He doesn't know what the Blessing of Light is.
Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection. I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
Because if someone around here has been not only learning about a kind of magic that they didn't tell me about, but also messing with the future without telling me about it, I'm gonna be so mad.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us.
He's trying to argue us into ignoring what Elizabeth said. And Robin's too dumb to understand a time paradox anyway, so he's likely to be convinced.
More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
You can tell me. It'll be fine. How can I know? Because I said so. Oh. Checks out. All right.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Have I upgraded from thing to you?
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation?
Robin is a sovereign citizen of the future and does not recognize the authority of the Convocation. Rejects the authority of 14.
I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it.
I wonder. Heidelin, through Kryl and in herself, told me to remember the Elpis, which Elidibus used to get me back here, which has resulted in me talking to her. I have to wonder if Heidelin, like, remembered this and engineered it occurring in order to, what, keep the timeline intact?
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past.
Yes, obviously you would argue that. It isn't definitive proof, but yeah, I think so.
It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, fair enough. Can't even blame her. She's so smug about having done something that she hasn't done yet. She's so proud of her future self. Just takes it in stride. Well, of course, future self would send you back in time to talk to me so that I remember you, so that I send you back in time to talk to me. Are you not familiar with time travel paradoxes? And there's been Final Fantasy XIV. Thank you so much for the 2 months of support. I appreciate you and Fandaniel always hanging out in chat. Thank you so much. I think they're playing tag. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal in the quick-fingered Orayas which made off with it. An Oraya, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit. You guys are chasing an Oraya right now, aren't you? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Orayas. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Alright, sure. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Alright. I am going to stall for a couple of moments because I haven't said thank you in quite some time to the friends who are buying my groceries while I entertain you all with my tears, suffering, and laughter. Isoterica, thank you for the sub. Venet, thank you for the 2 months. Illyria, thank you for the 100 bits. You have no power here. Apparently I do. Mommy just told me that I did, and that don't even worry about what Elidibus said. He's not smart enough to set up a time travel loop, so it's all fine. She said so. Mr. Nubin Majorat, thank you so much for the subs. Potato Head, thank you for the 2 months. I really appreciate seeing the folks who started subbing at the beginning of this journey and have enjoyed it enough to continue donating me grocery money. Thank you very much. Vadrin, Chiryu, thank you so much for the subs. And D3A, thank you for the 2 months. All right, let's go see if we can find the concept crystal or the thief who took it. I'm gonna get the high ground. High ground helps me find things. Razlis, thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Glad you're still enjoying the stream. Well, the high ground did not help as much as I thought it would. Aha. There's a person. Nope. That's someone else. Oh, well, I can hardly ignore this. The first meal of the day for my ether friends. Y'all been hungry, I know. Unfed. Guys, that's not the one that stole it. That's a different one. Man, am I blind? I must be blind. I'm gonna go back up the high ground again. Oh shit, it's right there. You've seen your glasses? Yeah, but I'm wearing them. Alright, I found the crystal. The problem was that I went to the high ground before, when in fact I wanted the medium ground. Last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Orias no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. A scintillating crystal upon which is stored some manner of esoteric concept. Crystal! Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Yes. For some reason, no one else appears to have map markers or labels over quest objectives. You travel often, then? It seems that we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of a Zem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. But I'm still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. My, she's just so very important. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? A little bit of fourth wall breaking here. But yes. I wonder if they're gonna do a second layer to this fourth wall break, and the missing crystal that was a minor distraction will instead become a major revelation in itself. I bet 10k apples they do. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'Tis time I returned the stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Boy, I hope there's a limit to how Back to the Future-y we get. I ain't trying to hook up with Mommy. Bernard gives you big sister vibes. I don't know. I don't have any vibes from her right now, but you know, Heidelin said she was my mother, so this isn't okay. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Well, there's 4 of us. Oh my, there are 4 of us. It's okay when it's in a 4-way.
Ah, a wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Indeed.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like.
Some water. Don't worry, guys. I only have to make it a few more days and then I'll complete Endwalker, and I will have completed my promise to you to not die first.
Now then, will you tell us your tale?
I think she's convinced him. The most helpful thing that we could possibly learn is what they know of the mechanism by which the star's ether is being harmed. Like, I think I have a grasp of it a little bit, because in our final days, people are converting into monsters and then their souls are being destroyed as a result, and instead of returning to the star to nourish it, the star is being deprived of those, which causes it additional illness, a kind of self-perpetuating cycle. What do they know about it would be helpful to know. I don't think fleeing to the star is useful. And I don't want to talk about this in front of Emmett. Tell me about this.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Okay, alright, okay. Well, the first thing you need to know is that Alfie wasn't always like that, right? So don't judge him too harshly while I tell you about the Crystal Braves. And then he tried to walk on the water, but he fell in. So anyway, we sucked all the water off of the ocean floor, which was pretty cool. I'm really telling him everything. Oh. I'm sorry, when you ended with the
Preposterous.
moon...
Utterly preposterous.
They didn't give me enough time. I was gonna say, I'm sorry, when you ended with the moon being a spaceship driven by bunnies, you lost me. It's preposterous. No one would believe it.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Sounds like exactly what I would do. I think it's all real. I've always wanted to make a moon with bunnies.
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did.
I think we all want to know. Yeah, we do want to know that.
Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures.
He's moving right past the preposterousness and looking at learning what she can from it. She believes it.
Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star.
I don't like this answer.
By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Nah, that can't be it.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Maybe, depending on how much of the time paradox you buy into. I will accept this from the story writers, right, because I have to in order to move on. But you could easily argue the reverse. Hydaelyn remembered this meeting and knew exactly what time she was sending me back to, and knew exactly who I would meet because she remembered it.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, My first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale?
With bunnies. Freaking Emmett. Is he Madge? Because he's the bad guy in the story?
Not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
He is! I think I used those exact words at the end of Shadowbringers, too. Oh, that's so good. Poor Emmett. He's so mad.
To sacrifice oneself for the
so
star
good.
is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem.
I said that that's what he should do. Huh. So what changed?
Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
But you did, which means I'm missing something.
Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall.
I am
Why
missing
would I
something.
do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
You suggesting it's all staged? Did what you needed to do to make that future work out the way it did in order to avert the second final days because you couldn't the first? These are good questions. This is like the conversation that I had after Shadowbringers. Except that part. That one is true. I didn't make the point about him being dumb to invite me there. I thought that he...
I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me.
Yeah, and maybe that changed you? I believed, and I talked about this in the end of Shadowbringers, that the reason why he brought us there and the reason why he faced us was because he did see some humanity in the Warriors of Light and in the Scions themselves and wanted desperately to justify himself to them. I didn't see it as an idiotic act of self-defeatism.
But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
Poor guy. Actually mauled him.
You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Fake news. Also blocked.
Emmett Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
I'm concerned about your entire cultural endeavor of creating organisms, controlling your ecosystem. But I'm Robin, so I'm not going to say that. I do wonder if Hermes' despair with regard to creations somehow triggers their version of the final days in which the creations themselves were turning into monsters. And then Dynamis makes sense because it would be like Nadana said. But I'm Robin. So, I don't know, mama. Somebody tell me who to stab.
I see. Then for now, it might be best that we follow your lead and investigate he who will become Fandaniel. And if Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, we would do well to learn more about it.
That's true.
With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer.
I'm ready for
And
answers.
suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
Man, this is kind of mind-blowing. This time loop is mind-blowing. Because she's the heart of Heidelin that aids me thousands of years hence. And she's saying she'll do it now. Crazy.
Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Fun flower times? Well, the fun flower times and the fluffy Moogles and the bunnies, they're always a thing to let you unwind and decompress and, you know, not cry yourself until you die. But it always comes back. They have intermissions. It's a well-told story with necessary pacing to prevent you from Alt F4ing and never coming back. But the whole purpose is to keep me hooked and prevent me from leaving so that they can do whatever they're going to do to me next. I know that, right? When I say this is the happy, fun flower time, I know that there's something else coming. Shall we begin our investigations, then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing. Oh my goodness, chat, you need another timeout. It's just an accident of positioning. No. Y'all are naughty children. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon and have a good idea where we might begin. Alright. Can't believe how thirsty y'all are. Not all of it's true. Is a chat's reflection of streamer? It's true. It is true. See you, the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Go ahead, honey, do your best. I'll make sure nothing goes wrong. Questions? For me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. The following event cannot be skipped. Begin asking questions. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mr. Svenet. Anything to be of service? What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? He's sad. What are his interests? Saving animals. Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as the chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? I cannot rightly say, as the chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subjected to observation and study like the other concepts. So one day she was simply there? And what do you make of her abilities? Does her interjecting mean I asked the wrong question? And she's gently fixing my error? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we're close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duty, if that's what you mean? Mom? Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteon? That would be Tamios. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of a stream somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there's anything else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Ramen. I think we've taken enough of Ismane's time. Run along now. You did a great job. I'm so proud of you. Good job, little buddy. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we'd split up. I shall continue making inquiries with resident observers if you could track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during the previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek, with a minimum of supervision. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. Please be careful and don't skin your knee. This is a new gown. And then we can meet back here when you finish doing your homework. Alright, Timmy. Yes, I'm Timmy, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. The following event cannot be skipped. So what is it you wish to speak about? Why do all of them fly? Chief Hermes' work. A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view. Others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we, who prize elegance of form above all else, are dumbfounded by his genius. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. His human-ish bird space probes are a secret. He told me because we bonded over his sadness, but he even told Hythlodaeus that they were in an experimental phase and hadn't yet submitted them for approval. Is he keeping his space exploration a secret? Dynamis and Intellices? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence of interest? Why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you saw my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Did I just fail? Was I supposed to get more? I think we're fine. I think it's okay. Mommy isn't mad, she's just disappointed. She's not even disappointed. I think she has a good measure of the capabilities of Robin. When the expectations are so low, you'll never be disappointed. Back already? That was quick work. You are obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling Ismene mentioned. I'm so proud of you. Good job, Robin. Do you have anything new to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project, and can provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Hey Flex, I'll do it tomorrow. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the intellecties which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I'm inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there anything else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? Yes. Fascinating information. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? Ah, kiddo, why wouldn't you tell me that before? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue. One we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripatia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. East, west. You don't want me down? Well, then it's her fault for having high expectations of Robin. She should have known better. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripatia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I will join you there anon. And please, try not to mess anything up until I get there. She doesn't know how dumb you are yet. She's learning. She's learning fast. You have questions for me? Certainly, just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Nod. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project? By that I assume you mean Meteon. Nod. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Yes, go on. Galeen is my partner, and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward. A host of them. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vana, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray, do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of the sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Or you could hear it from her lips directly, if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabaseus Thalassa. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. Bro, that looks really high. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vana. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Whoa, is he life-shaming her? Is that an underhanded, snide comment about how she should be dead now? Seems a little bit like life-shaming her. Indeed, they do. 'Tis a rest well-deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zen. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis for many techniques still in use today. Leave it alone, my dude. He's like, you did some great stuff and now it's time for you to go. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there's not a soul alive more worthy of return. I will rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. Thanks. Ever so much. Anyway, Robin, shall we go meet with Galeen? Nod. Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It's different for mortal people? Of course it is. But they're literally life-shaming her, and she doesn't appreciate it. I completely support their autonomy in choosing when they die, and I believe that I respect the beauty of their faith that they return to the ethereal sea and nourish the star. But I don't think it's okay for them to be like, now go die. Even if you don't want to, please go die now, it's time. I don't think that everyone needs to adhere to their particular admiration of the beauty of the process. She didn't tell him to stop though? My guy. You're right, but how often do we have a conversation where we don't feel comfortable or powerful enough to say, shut the fuck up, you're being offensive? There are some very direct analogs between what you just said in this conversation and some real-life conversations that people have. It'll take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful. Thank you. He's jealous he hasn't done enough to die. It's true. He can't wait until people are hoping for him to die. I have opened the path to the Skyway. She's being polite. Yeah, exactly. She was being polite. And not super polite. Like at first she was being polite, and then he went on and on about it, and she has the ... What an honor. I think I'm interpreting this right. If you disagree, that's okay. But I think I like my interpretation from my headcanon at the very least. Need to sleep. Have to work tomorrow. Fatuhi, enjoy your rest. Thank you for hanging out and have a wonderful day at work. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Got the same vibe? Yeah, me too. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasios Thalasi. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. The fangirling? I mean, I won't say you're wrong if that's your interpretation, but I like mine better. Alright, the approachable archivist. Mistress Vana, just passing through. Allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there's always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway. Right. Whoops. This is weird. Well, frick. I had to. Of course I had to. Half of you did it too. Mr. Zvana, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view.
Why do they keep playing this? Go back and see if it played when we first saw her again. It played in the meeting.
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Yeah. It is. Except for the parts we ruined.
I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own.
She really is our
By
mom.
learning about the future world, I may gain
Nope,
insight
never mind.
into future
She's
me's
just
plans.
gigantic brained and wants to know everything she can in order to make sure she engineers the world she wants. Never mind.
But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
People dying, terrible things happen. It's true, but the world is still beautiful because of the people in it, the relationships you have, the joy that you garner. And the Lalafels you chop in half. Ain't nothing purtier in the whole wide world.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue.
Friends are good.
To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart.
Man, are we changing the future? Is her interaction and stories about the future for me leading her to believe that the world created after their sacrifices was worth preserving? And then that may have been contributory to her decision to raise Heidelin in opposition. It's hard to say it doesn't.
Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind?
In the beginning was the Word.
Riddles and mysteries beyond
Don't
counting.
you got a Bible?
Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe.
I think that's true of most scientists and people who are interested in the world. The more you learn, the more
We
you
too are
know and
miracles,
learn that you haven't
each
learned.
and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, An epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without. Immense, yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace.
Found Jesus.
As reassuring as it was intimidating. How keenly aware I became of
As a
creation's
scientist, this interaction makes you
fragility,
cry.
built as it is upon precarious happenstance.
It is very good. It's I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but it resonates with the awe and insignificance you feel, right, when you contemplate the tininess of our one species' existence on one planet and circling one out of billions of stars in one out of trillions of galaxies. For all we know, there's so much more that we don't.
I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong.
3,700 years, maybe.
And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life, laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star.
How nice is that? You're a fantasy, of course. There are no people like that in the real world.
Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it.
Oh, that's an oof.
The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
It's too soon to ask me that. Whirl, was like 2 days ago. I may never recover.
Pray forgive my lateness.
Well, okay. We were having a moment here. Hi, Galeen.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
We did. It was a beautiful scene. It was a very moving scene. It was lovely. She had some really good lines in there, you know? Like just very well written lines. But of course, Robin sees the same thing in the world that she saw, maybe with less clarity and with less eloquence, but Robin sees people working for good every day in the sounds around him, creating happiness and joy through their efforts to overcome evil and hardship. Finding meaning in struggle.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests.
He's trying to keep it all secret. I don't see it, though. The connection between this space exploration.
It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
They're fancy teleporting doors. Link that door with another door across the intervening space. Here we are. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. In other words, it's a cover-up. which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Yeah? Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Well, that part, I feel like, is reasonably easy to answer. There's a connection to be drawn between his despair over the fate and manipulation and ruthlessness toward his creations, and those creations subsequently becoming the monsters of the final days. But I don't get the space birds. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes set forth the Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint on what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Okay. Survey the area from the vantage point, which is all over here. We're going on a little walk. How to get ape mount? You know my answer. Hundreds of people in chat have heard me say it a dozen times. We're here. We're looking for the launch pad. If I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Well, that place does have a very pretty tree. What about that one? Have you the means to fly? It is quite a distance away. Man, I never expected my mom to shame me for not being able to fly. No. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos... Oh my god, what? Nice. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Robin here over to that island? Hey, buddy. Oh. He doesn't know yet, but we're about to be very good friends. Stubborn creature. There's no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. Well, just you wait several millennia. What? You've ridden him before? Oh. Your before, meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. It is certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. You lost me, Mom. How does that help? Demonstrate to him that you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you'll convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. You don't think that it might make him mad that I'm attacking his lifelong friend? Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past to cherish. Ah, okay. You acknowledge that this is useless. You just want to fight. What say you, traveler out of time? Alright, well, Robin does indeed speak fluently the language of stab. I had a feeling you might say something like that. Know that you must give a good showing, however. Clear your mind, prepare your weapons. I'll await you at the clearing over yonder. Whoa, did you guys hear that? Which one of you unplugged your headset? Hey, Persea. Our taxi services are not available in the past. Wait 10,000 years and call us again. There will be no Ubers today. Background music up. Okay. As loud as it goes. Shall we begin? Be warned, I won't go easy on you. Alright, let's go.
Let neither side hold back.
She's not taking any damage. Oh, but I am.
My blade sings!
Whoa! Oh, there's a spot over there. I'm getting hit.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter.
Hey. Song just merged a little bit.
Have a taste.
Oh shit, what's that? Okay, okay, okay. All right.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
You're a mage now.
Prepare yourself!
Mistakes are made. 2 hits there.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
How many of them are there?
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
Well, we tried.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Hoggers. That's pretty cool.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean finish it? Were you wanted to? Mommy?
One would think I never learn.
I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding.
Exactly. Yeah. It's weird when people who are younger than you are anywhere close to your level.
As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
All right.
Well
now he likes
I
me.
dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
All right. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the TM made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we might find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over the island. Yeah, I need to turn the background music down now. Argos motions to us back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Not so sure about the robe clipping through the dog. Something notophorian. Quite a striking specimen, isn't it? Noetophorian. Are you enjoying Endwalker? I'm enjoying it. It is good so far.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment.
Just good? Yeah, just good so far. We came after
The
Shadowbringers that has
present
a
may
high bar.
yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you.
Are we talking about Echo?
Come and
Perusing the
stand before
past?
me.
Are you going to teach me to control it so I don't pass out before every single fight?
There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether.
Yeah, we've experienced both of those.
As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved.
Mm-hmm.
Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars.
Wow. She lost her pauses and hesitations and lack of articulateness.
Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Which is how you'll learn what they discover.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Are those wings on her head? I had thought they were ears. Yes. I thought those were her wings.
Whatever intelligent
Vision
beings that
taking a
exist
toll?
out there are bound
I told
to be
you I'm not
vastly
observant.
different from us.
They look like ears. She has 4 wings. That's a tail? That looks like wings.
Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking.
Why would you put wings on your head? What kind of ridiculous flight system is that? Imagine the necessary strength of her spine.
Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... How?
Man, I'm getting a headache just thinking about it.
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all.
Sure that's a tail? I could swear she had wings. Wings in the middle of her back make a lot more sense.
And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life.
X.
Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them?
Oh my god, Hermes. Just give her the fucking apples.
Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
That Hermes has real fucked up ideas about flying. I don't know. That's a great answer for Robin. I don't know. I don't know, and Robin doesn't know. I don't know. He's an expert. It's true.
As you
You're
say,
right.
that was hardly conclusive. Yet based on what we witnessed, I find it difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. Be that as it may, we cannot rule out the possibility that they will play a part in bringing about the final days, perhaps unwittingly. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
Instruct him in exactly how to accomplish his plan. But if I did, then I did. No reason to worry about it right now.
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. It would not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than looking on Tissus Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in, I ain't saying that, the Northern Island. I wonder, Robin, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within, I'm going to say, Cat itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. It is there within those sprawling habitats that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the Neus, north of Poitin Oikos. I just flew and yet it doesn't work. Oh, shoot. Lightless, tuneless. Wish you had wings on your head. Man, I don't know. I feel like your neck would snap. You should attune? Isn't this the one that won't let me attune? Yeah, this one wouldn't let me attune and now it will. For sure. For sure. We now advance the story far enough that we can attune. Yep. 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 And here is a completely different one that I couldn't attune to. This appears to be the teleporter Vana told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Proceed to the place. Ah, good. The Neus acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. You might say I'm attuned. As for the way to the Cat Hyper, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Hi. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we... The only explanation for our inability to explain it is that it wasn't explainable. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Half the time I'm not pronouncing it right because I don't know how, and the other half is to annoy the pronunciation Andes. Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role of Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. You say it out loud. So what? It's a made-up word. I can say how it wants. Do you really want to have an argument about pronunciation in this story? Is that the important part? Is your immersion ruined? They're made-up words. Who the fuck cares? To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Every word is made up? Yeah. And when I'm having a conversation with someone and I understand exactly what they're saying, I don't quibble with them about their pronunciation or their grammar or their spelling, because to do so is pedantic and stupid. Enjoy the exchange of ideas and information for what they're themselves worth, instead of trying to make yourself feel better about not having anything worthwhile to contribute by correcting things that don't matter. Maybe I went too far there. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that, I'm certain. It seems there's more to the tale after all. Nod. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. Having our language be misrepresented is frustrating? Are you Greek? Does it truly offend you in any kind of way or frustrate you that I don't speak Greek? Should I be gatekept from the game because I don't speak Greek? If I were to watch someone play for whom English was a second language, I would never say you shouldn't be streaming this because you don't pronounce English words correctly. I'm afraid that I fundamentally disagree with you. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Is he unwillingness to learn? You're right. I am unwilling to learn Greek in order to play Final Fantasy XIV. I can't argue with it. And if that offends you, I'm afraid that you're going to be offended. Save your things. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmet Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may found it. Guys, one of the beauties of streaming in general, and this game in particular, is that we can have conversations across the entire world with people whom I would never have the opportunity to actually meet. I think it's wonderful and amazing that I can talk to people right now from Greece, from Germany, from Denmark, from Japan, from India, from South America, all of whom speak different languages, and we can communicate regardless of any flaws in my own personal command of the language I speak, or in your understanding of the language that, you know, the only one I speak. And we should always strive, I think, to look past prescriptivist silliness. You know, I'm never gonna read your comment to me and say, the grammar on that is incorrect and one word is misspelled, so I'm gonna focus on that. I'm gonna focus on what you said. You know, and if I can't understand it, or there's some barrier to understanding, then we can clear that up. But I'm always going to focus on what you said and respond to the substance of your comment, because that's the interesting topic. That's the meaningful conversation about the story. I'm not interested in correcting you for the sake of correcting you, and I'm not interested in being corrected for the sake of being corrected. It just detracts from the story in every single way. You do it to annoy people? I do. I do, in fact, sometimes do it to annoy people. The alpha nod stuff that I continued for a very long time was to annoy people, because pronunciation Andes are funny. If I see someone typing in chat, actually streamer, it's pronounced X way, I will most likely mispronounce it again. It's true. I am obstreperous and vindictive and cruel and mean and all of those things. It's true, I'm human. I'll do things to amuse myself at your expense sometimes. Because I don't think that the pronunciation matters. I want the people to be watching me, not because of my beautiful Greek pronunciation, but because they're interested in the story with me, and they're interested in my journey through the story, and they're interested in the discussions that I'm having with chat about the substance of their comments, criticisms, and thoughts about my journey, and not about I before E except after C. You know? Stop talking about it. Well, no, I will talk about it, because this is another interesting conversation. And though maybe I can't give the game all of the credit for an interesting conversation about prescriptivism versus descriptivism, it's still an important conversation. It's one I enjoy having. Don't know what those words mean. Prescriptivism is the Andes who are like, correct spelling matters, and correct grammar matters, and correct pronunciation matters, right? And descriptivists are the ones who say conveying meaning matters. And if something is obscuring meaning, then we should clarify it. But otherwise, none of that shit matters at all. That's the difference. Pronunciation incident. It's stalling. It is stalling. Endwalker chat trying to turn you into Pyro? I don't know who that is. People are trying to help you find the pronunciation. The reality is that I simply don't care about the right pronunciation. What's right? What does right mean about the word dynamis? The way the writers wanted it? Who cares? lot of people care. Well, if you care so much that it bothers you, there are other streams you can watch. I don't care, and I also don't particularly care that you do. Sorry. Not a priority of mine. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Metian is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Miso Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. What's your opinion on this expansion compared to the other ones? I think the words are a lot harder to pronounce. Should we have a conversation about it? I'm sorry, that was an unfair response to your legitimate question based on previous conversations in chat. I think so far that while I would say Endwalker is interesting, it is not at the same level of Shadowbringers yet. But I suspect that's partially because I'm not done. Shadowbringers, a lot happened at the end. And I'm a little bit away from the end. So that's my preliminary answer, but the basic, real, and true answer is I don't know yet. I haven't finished. You know? How was your meal? I don't know. I've had a few bites. It's a legitimate question, but I think that I don't know is probably the best and most legitimate answer. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Robin, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Robin can handle them. He did survive a bout with Vana, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Chat's making Endwalker experience worse? That is 100% not true. Chat has greatly enriched my experience of the entire story. I've been exposed to ideas and perspectives that I hadn't considered, and had the opportunity to talk with people about my experience, and had overall an extraordinarily good experience. It's a righteous marble, and also a really little one. Search for Hermes. Botanical abominations bear down on you with ravenous intent. Chat's riled up. I don't think that's true. I don't think anyone's actually riled up. Some people disagree with me, which is completely fine and very respectable. Also irrelevant to what I'll do. Other people enjoy, I don't know, the drama and humor of it. As do I. don't think anyone's mad. Okay, you guys with your sparkling, not helping as much as you would think. There's too many. All the sparkles are people. They're probably all Greek. Man, it's over now. I made the Greeks mad because I said cat. Alright. Search for Hermes. You're not Hermes. You're not Hermes. You're not Hermes. You're not Hermes. Oh my lord, we found him. We found him. Robin, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emetzel company. An important matter. And unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? How much further are you looking to go tonight? I don't know. How much further do you guys want to go? Then yes, I will come as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. "24-hour stream? I would feel really bad for our VOD friends if I did that. Maintenance? When is maintenance starting? In how many hours do they start? It's America Day tomorrow? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. In 24 hours? Yes. I know how long. I'm wondering how long until then. 30 minutes and then I have D&D. 10 VODs behind. "12 hours from now? I could do that if you want. You spoke with Hermes, then, and were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungry Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. What about WoW tomorrow? I don't have WoW tomorrow. I don't have WoW for the rest of the week. Which means that I could stream my normal hours and do a lot of Final Fantasy every day from here until the end of the week. There's no reason to push tonight, but I'm also fine, you know, going tonight. Honestly, I swear, it's more up to you than to me. If you guys have work and you like watching live and you want you want to go to sleep, then I'm happy to start again on Tuesday. But if you want me to finish, go for 12 hours, I'm fine doing that too. Finish the zone? Yeah, I'm down to do that. I'm down to finish the zone. I cannot speak. Ah yes, my fortitude, well done. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. Leith says you have 2 hours left in zone, don't proceed if you don't have that time. I feel like you think I'm bluffing. Either that, or you're playing the double game of pretending to not believe me about going for 12 hours in order to try to make me do it. I can't tell which. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emet-Selk who would recreate Umra in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. I agree, but I've been told we can't change that. It would erase my future. Be it in our future, or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that it is. It's just unhealthy? Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Hermes said he wouldn't be long, yes? We shall wait here until he emerges. Listen, I believe, Leith, that it's going to be 2 more hours to the end of the zone. Let's go to the end of the zone, okay? That's a good compromise. We'll go to the end of the zone. That's 2 more hours. That's honestly about the normal time I stream. Right now, I've only been streaming for 10.5 hours. It's actually a weenie stream. It's literally an unacceptably, significantly below average stream. So we'll go 2 more hours, which puts us exactly at average, right? And then we'll stop. It's just like a normal day. I won't do the 12 hours. We'll just do a normal day. Real quick, thank you so much, Azor, for the 5 gifted subs. I truly appreciate the unbelievable and amazing support. I'm very gratified that you're willing to support me in this very reasonable and not at all degenerate schedule that I maintain. Illyria, thank you so much for the 300 bits. Send it. All right, we're sending it. Classic Lemon, thank you for the 5 subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Akuna, thank you for the 2 months. And Tarina, thank you for the 2 months. Always gratifying to see people resub. You're enjoying the journey, and I appreciate it. It's Avos, Irian, Bangtasm, thank you so much for the sub. And Bcor, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate all of you. Bashiel with 5 more just now. Thank you all very, very much for the unbelievable support. We're going for 2 more hours. And I should try to pronounce it better if for no other reason than to respect the fact that you are frustrated by my refusal to try. But honestly, guys, I'm American. And I have no idea how to say these words. I'm not super interested in it. Because, you know, American privilege. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges. Let's see what happens. Proudly ignorant? Proudly ignorant. That's a good bait. Do you speak all
My
languages on the
apologies for
planet?
keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Yes. Are you trying to destroy
a
the
matter
world?
of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief.
I've actually gotten incredibly good at suspending disbelief over the course of the past 300 hours.
Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Emet-Selk is so mad.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction.
Yes. That seems likely the case.
and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to Dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age.
Really?
As you know, ether, in essence, negates Dynamis.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, which is why your creations have significantly less ether, because they're using Dynamis for their empathy. So us weaker beings can be
Harboring
affected
high
by
concentrations
it.
of
You
ether,
can't.
we ancients cannot readily manipulate Dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they
This makes
susceptible
sense.
to the influence of Dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
The inescapable conclusion being that your own despair is causing your creations to morb. Cheer up, buddy.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Oh my god, that jump scared me.
It hurts! It hurts! So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
Etheric density.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
Nod.
Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Couple of questions. What was the scheduled task? It seemed to surprise Hermes even. And what did she experience when a hive mind that caused that much pain? Where are her sisters and brothers and what are they doing? And calm your mind. Senses questing for any hint of Matean's presence. But you failed to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. And this is the this is some anxiety music. You gotta hurry. World's in trouble. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Matean's presence. But you failed to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Okay, so So down here somewhere? I don't think it's gonna be down there. See one. Hopefully not the same one. God, I really hope it's not the same one. Calm your mind. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run and hide. So she's worried that Hermes will be super sad to learn about something terrible that's happening to his creations. Not there. Fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. That's one. Greetings and salutations. Hi. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run away. Dang it. Dag nabbin confound and heckin' tarnation it. Please don't follow me. Matean's anguished voice fades as he sends her climbing to the top of the ridge. Alright, up we go. Don't listen to her? Of course not. Emmett told me to look for her and is working with me to find her. Obviously, I'm going to do whatever Emmett says and work in cooperation and tandem with him. When would I ever oppose Emmett or his goals? He did nothing wrong? He hasn't. Yet. As of right now, I agree with almost everything he says. He says, that's ludicrous. Well, yeah, kind of is. He says, I wouldn't act that way. And, you know, I believe him. He's trained to catch even the faintest whisper, but failed to hear Matean's voice. She must be elsewhere. I feel like I've heard that story before. I won't condemn Emmett on the basis of what I know he's going to do in the future. He's innocent until he commits the crime. He's trained to catch even the faintest whisper, but debated. Wow. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? It cannot be. It cannot be. You found some other life forms? Matane's anguished voice drifts away to the south. There's one over there, and there's one over there. Left? Right. I feel like they want me to see that one, so I'm gonna go to this one. Didn't work. Like copper skin. She's not here either. Dang it. I got but good. Lamau, you thought you could outguess us? Neither one of them's it. The poison was in both glasses. Found it. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Atheres. Go on. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Robin. You mustn't listen. What could be so terrible? It's wrong. It's all wrong. What could be so terrible? Matane's anguished voice flees toward the lake. Man, I thought that they were gonna go into space and find the dragons and lead them here, and that's why Middy's like, this is the last best hope, and has a relationship with Heidelin. Any sign of Matian? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Mattia are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Mattia's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Mattian we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell our sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. Nod. Then we'd best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Nod. Except you. I have a feeling that you shouldn't be the one to find her. Oh, my dear Matian. What did you witness out there that frightened you so? I don't think that what she saw frightened her so much as what she fears you will think and feel after she tells you. Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Mattian renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, doesn't she? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? Much how Emet-Selch solidified your presence when first we met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Robin will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Mattian's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever. And thankfully, she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing toward Leith. Assuming she's made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Robin and Emet-Selch will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Mattian's avenues of escape. Emet-Selch and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let's be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let's return to where we last saw Mattian and pick up the trail from there. I'll keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Sure, buddy. Isn't it great how we're getting along and working together? Surely, your respect and love for me will cause you to not want to kill everyone like me in a few thousand years. Yes? Yes? There's no way it's this one. You calm your mind. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. Mattian's anguished voice heads toward the water's edge. She went into the lake? As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. He's gonna yell at me. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no. If I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. Ah, the indignation to drag my robe through the water. His Lord Deus better not breathe a word of this to his son. Still, mild humiliation will be the least of our concerns if we fail to get our hands on Mattian. Music. I'm not here. I'm not here. Please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? I mean, I'm very concerned that there is a reason to run. I'm real worried about it. But this is true. We will hear your report. The game insists. Robin, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It'll break him. His poor, fragile heart. Oh no. Does Hermes have a 37-year-old's heart? God, I hope he has medications. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Oh shit. We go again. This probably doesn't work, right? Nope. Too good to help me fight, Emmett. Is this news? Not news. It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Mateon's presence. Let's move. Keep after Mateon. Epilodius and I will coordinate our movements. Wow. Okay. Well, that wasn't worth it. There, I see her. Man, we've been looking for her for a long time. Maybe as a signal of how ill-advised it is to find her. Still looking. That was a look.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Nod. An excellent plan, Emmett. The snap. That's not at all spooky or foreboding. That cool slow walk right into her path.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
We have successfully chased down and trapped the poor traumatized girl. Surely nothing bad will happen now.
Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected.
You know, us in a few more decades.
Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found. Only their lingering essence.
You know, Tria sounds kind of like Terra.
Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
To keep looking?
Meteon, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage.
Sounds familiar. Any floods?
Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon.
Man, if they'd only found
It
this
isn't
dragon
right,
planet.
is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain.
Hermes?
Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
The fuck?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
Well... Why, Hermes? Why couldn't you leave well enough alone? Why, Emmett Silk? Why, instead of angry wolf monsters, could you not make antidepressants? Or invent therapy? Or, I don't know, hug him! Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. I mean, I get that too, right? Just because all other civilizations appear to have crashed and burned does not mean that we should do the same. Hermes had headed to... I can't, guys. Those consonants don't work. Cat. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Metian is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. I'm not sure Metian's the threat. I don't know one way or the other, but I feel like Hermes is more of the threat. Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vana? Robin? It is clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Metian's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Metian is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Wow. Vana. Vana for president. Nod. Agreed on all counts. To Cat Hyperborea we go. Where did all my friends go? I just got teleported away. This is the logical conclusion. If all civilizations crashed, ours must do so too? No, that is not true at all. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Cat? Mistress Vana, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded, and Cat put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. Nod. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Cat scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he's seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond my ethereal vision and extraordinary beauty. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You are fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. Anything you can't do, I can do better. What a Chad! Holy fuck. I was once a Zem after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emet-Selch, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner. They're telling me about a party. Healer, tank, damage. Yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent! That shall cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Robin. So it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Metian. And then we will face the future together. Well, you know, you will. I'll go back to it. I'm a little bit sad and sorry you guys were working on that RP of catching the girl, and there's a screenshot of it. You did good work. Alright. No, my rule is terrible. Oh, I didn't see this coming. So my whole, instead of inviting the first 3 to whisper me, but I'll instead invite the last 3, actually tends to make me just get spam whispered until I get invited. Whoops. That wasn't the smart way of doing it. My friends. Wholesome smile. Alright. Hypercat. The most extensive facility in Elpis, Hypercat, is a sprawling complex of magically simulated environments. Concepts awaiting evaluation are brought here for the last stages of observation, and upon meeting the appropriate criteria are finally released into the world at large. Determined not to surrender Metian, it is within this facility that Hermes has taken refuge, and you and your companions must find and confront him if you are to shed light upon the truth in the final days. Alright, my friends, are you ready? Let us go. Why not trust? Because I like playing with my friends. I love the community in this game. I love the people that have decided to hang out and be a part of my MSQ journey, and I have a really good time playing with my friends. You're playing for story, yep. And I have no doubt that the makers of this game put the story into the dungeon, regardless of how I play it.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Man, that looks like a parking garage driveway, except it's way too long. I think that I should read this. Guide to Hypercat. Have you ever wondered whether your creation is a beneficial existence to the star? Wonder no more, for here at Hypercat, our mission is to determine the answer. From temperate plains to tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creations to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answers to such questions and more, our highly trained staff will uncover. Damn. Hypercat actually a pretty good brand name for this advertising consortium. Alright. This guy's trying to kill me. Steambunker. Surely they're meta joking about your joke, right? Of course. Surely. It was good, Steambunker. It was good. They're just continuing it. They're keeping it going. Everything, guys, it's okay. Don't feel bad. If you feel bad, if you feel silly for having missed something, just remember that time when I was like, Matian has 4 wings. And then you'll feel better, okay? None of you can possibly exceed the obliviousness of me. That should make you all feel better. Gaius. Okay, Gaius wasn't my fault. Gaius was dead. I never said that. That's fake news. I said, is astrology a real science? Do astrological signs actually mean something? Which is better, somehow. Astrology's an idiot self-reporter. Not in this game. In this game, astrological signs are meaningful. We learned that from Racevelgar. They're real. What are we doing? Ah, okay. All right. What was that? He's gonna go away in the middle of my cooldowns, isn't he? So he came over here and he's gonna jump out and spray you guys. You can't trick me! I know what you're doing over there. You don't want to let me follow you guys around anymore. Star Diver! Cool stuff in the trust. I didn't. I can check its ether. That's kind of neat. But it's not more neat than playing with my friends.
I'm warning you. Stay away.
Whoa, Hermes. We're your friends. Like, if you can convince people, including me and others, that, hey, the trust is so good that you'll get another perspective on it by doing it again later after the MS2, then maybe I'll do it. But I'm sorry, but I tend to doubt that God would lock exclusive and important lore behind not playing with your friends. I really don't believe that. Because I trust in our just benevolent God. Yoshi-P. Friends are not going forward. Do you trust Blizzard? I'm sorry, Blizzard? Is that a relevant MMO story-making company? Do they have any relevance to this discussion at all? Oh shit! I'm so sorry. You guys are trying to make me read books. Well, you know where I'm from. According to Mistress Lisa, her creation is based on a concept for a bipedal wolf. And indeed, it is impressively man-like in its gait. It's also highly intelligent, as is evidenced by its ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eyes gives the impression that it comprehends our words. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make mention of this in the next report. Is that why you guys are hanging back here? I don't see any. Wrong way? It's not the wrong way because they were hanging back at one point and I thought there might be a book there. I was checking. Alright, big damn. Why is it so hard to target in this game? It's weird. It's actually very hard to change target. Playing with your friends is nice. Yes, it is wonderful. I don't have to feel bad about watching the cutscenes and reading the books, and they show me exactly where the books are. It is awesome. I really appreciate all of my friends that help me do these dungeons. Very, very much. I guess if I'm supposed to use my crit button on the third button, then there's no rush. Kind of nice. On Heaven's Thrust. Bang! Big damn. I thought I had to push it like way earlier, and I don't. Pyrrhic Breath. That should hurt him if it's like a Pyrrhic victory. No such luck. What am I witnessing? 2 big heads, 1 little head. The little head probably doesn't hurt. Didn't do the thing. I'm sorry. I should have soaked you. I thought it was going to hit you all. Commit! Yeah. And we leveled. Hold on. That's a lot of upgrades.
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet.
Sorry, I had very important things to do. It's about to die. I have 2 charges of this button now. I must have gotten it when I leveled. What are you saying?
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Big birds. Book. Oh, flying life forms. I'm very interested in this. The successful creation of migratory birds that travel between continents with the seasons came as a breath of fresh air to the long, stagnant realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time as would be vital to their survival. The breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields, the use of which was discovered by the incumbent Fan Daniel during his tenure as Chief Overseer of Elpis. A truly inspired ideal that has brought lasting benefits to the star. Okay, very cool. Birds, how do they work? Paste wings on their heads. Winged Defiance Hermes.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
You are mad and desperate. I can understand extreme depression leading to basically insanity, but it doesn't make it not insanity. Wanting to kill everyone because other people are dead.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power!
What am I looking at? Green mirrors. Are they all gonna shoot?
Dancing winds, pierce my foes!
think I got lucky there.
Stars on high.
I kind of didn't
War is
move, but I didn't
reign.
get hit. This one's not gonna blow up, right? Those are. And then this one will. Oh, okay, okay. Whoa, okay, okay, I need to hold still. I'm trying to move out of this and I can't. Almost griefed somebody. Oh shit, now move out! God damn it. Ah, they tricked me. Oh, it's gonna hit me no matter what I do. And then stand in the ground effect.
Streams of ether. Surge is one.
So those are gonna fire. And then those are gonna fire. And then these are gonna fire. And then those are gonna fire. Oh, that hit me? What? All right, meanie head. I don't even need your healing. I'm
Dancing
fine.
winds. Pierce my foes. Even when transformed, die. Stars on high. All is rain.
Stardiver! Come here! I am moving. I'm not moving. Sending it. I never send it if I can get a Stardiver, but not sending it. Stardiver's way better.
My power.
Thank you so much for the amazing gear upgrades. I really do appreciate it very, very much. Thank you also for doing the dungeon with me. I hope you had as much fun as I did. A merry chase he led us on. Hopefully he's calmed down a little. Comment? Nod. Nope. You don't get a comment. Hell yeah! You are a betrayal of all things healer. Alright, I can't be mad at you.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody.
He's not the problem. Or
And
she's not the
setting
problem.
aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
Who cares? There's happiness here.
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased.
Yappy, is he on a distant star? Why does he care
Heard
about
the
distant
final
star happiness more
testaments
than
of the
happiness here?
dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe. And there, in the dark of dead worlds, hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Aetheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Just as well. It all already happened.
Meteon.
Fucking with time is fucked up.
To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
armies. Won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteon!
The wings don't even flap.
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours.
That is super true.
Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do.
Hit flow
Now
is like
then, where is it?
5 for 5 base as fuck.
There you are, my little confluence.
He's reaching. Oh, now they flap.
Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
Do you not have any kind of, you know, never mind or
No time for brooding.
counteract that order or
Listen well. Beyond
cancel
lies a spatial confluence
process,
that
an
connects
off
the
button?
interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Eat.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now.
The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate.
Y'all are
Though,
super
in the
smug for
case of
somebody whose
certain
memory's about to
present
be erased.
company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
There's no time! Quickly!
Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path.
It's still fake news. Also
Still,
ratio. Also memory
it must
erased.
be said. Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
No, there's dragons out there somewhere. Plus, whatever they're fighting.
And yet... I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence. And the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her. One which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape. I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Kutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
It's good to know you doomed the old planet. I didn't. It already happened before I got here. Literally.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Well, I could conceive a world where instead of sending a dog to spy, we came and gave a really convincing explanation for why you have a gaping hole in your memories, which is that the memory machine was used on you and it was replacing this.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert.
Evidence that we're telling the truth.
And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
Interesting.
We did?
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
Yeah, do that.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it.
Emmett and I are merging to an unsettling degree.
Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld.
I've heard that before. The old man. And then you lose all your memories anyway.
If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like. But I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let's be honest. I don't believe that either of these highly intelligent people would just be like, who cares about the last however long of missing memories? It's not a big deal. I surely wasn't doing anything meaningful or important. It's not that plausible. The only way to explain them not learning is that the Na deliberately lies to them, right? I don't see any world in which they don't go to her and say, hey, we were told you went with us in there. What happened? Why were you there?
Let us rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
They have false memories. I know they have false memories, but very few, and it's a vague recollection. He literally said he has a gaping hole in his memory. It is not plausible. It's just not plausible that after having been told, hey, during that missing memory, you went someplace with Vana, that they wouldn't ask her, hey, what happened? It's not plausible. They did. And for them not to know afterwards, there's two options, right? Either she told them the truth, and then they know, or she lied. Those are the only options. Stop streaming right here, chat will explode.
Yeet.
Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more entelechies. He poured much of himself into Meton, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Matea would never have been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandani. No one cares about trust. Robin, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination or to convince Emitselk and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. We must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propylion. I feel like she's telling me that she intends to lie to them.
Yeet.
Let them out of prison. Chat's moving too fast for me to notice anything they say anyway. All right. Well, we came here. And we hung out with Emmett and Hythlodaeus and Vana, and that was cool. We learned some of the source of Fandaniel's angst. We learned why their final days was creations while ours are people. Didn't really learn exactly what and how the mechanism for their final days works. Matteon flies off into space to be some kind of brooding source of something bad. We didn't really see a bunch of creatures turning into baddies. Or learn how it was done. I guess Matteon does it somehow. Kind of a gap there still. You just explain to yourself? No, not the mechanism. Not at all. Guys, I'm not going to end stream, I'm just thinking. I just don't think that's the whole answer, right? Like, sure, if you guys want, I can say Matteon flew off to the end of the universe to do stuff, and thereby, with magic, she made it happen. Boom. But I don't think that's all there is to it. I guess if you're telling me I'm wrong, then, you know, you're doing a spoiler. I think there's more to the explanation than she said so, and therefore it happened. What's the mechanism? How does it work? How does her projection of despair impact these creations to become monsters? I don't know how it works yet. Don't read chat if you don't want spoilers. The wisdom of Twitch chat, once again. It was explained? No, it wasn't. Or if it was, the explanation is because we said so. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Vana, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Yep. This was a fun visual history lesson, but that's all it was.
May you and yours emerge triumphant.
Hopefully, because you guys fuck it
Make
up,
use
but
of the
good.
knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friend's memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path.
Enough.
And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all. resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
Bye. So she basically just confirmed what I was saying. If asked by the others, which I think they would ask, they literally said they would, she's not going to tell them the truth. She's worried about how that would impact Hermes. That's reasonable, I guess. I can accept that.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Fandania.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac.
Including our friend.
And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days.
Okay, see, there's something that I didn't know.
Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable.
That was a huge piece of the puzzle that I was missing. Thank you.
A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows.
That was a deliberate
If we
mirror
cannot
of
accept
Louis
this
Wazang.
truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
Amen. Mommy doesn't want me to fly, guys.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Damn, that was a lot to unpack. All right. So there are etheric currents in the atmosphere protecting us, you know, from ozone and stuff. Matean goes to the far corner of the universe and blasts us with Akasa energy, trying to make us all Sag and Morbi. And it works. In the old days, it works on the constructs because the ancients were so etherically dense that they were unaffected. And they're monsters. And also, it rains fire. And also, the trees die. The mechanisms aren't entirely clear, but that's the basic process. They sacrifice half of their people to summon Zodiark, basically in order to say, hey, we need a better etheric shield to block the Akasha. So they do that. And then the planet's devastated, so they sacrifice another half to be like, please give us life. And then they're like, but all our friends are dead, so now we're ready to sacrifice all this new life to get our friends back. This Vena cannot abide because she accepts the sacrifice made by her friends and people and treasures the value of the new life. So she sunders Zodiark and everything else to prevent the destruction of the new life and imprisons him because, hey, we still need the etheric ozone layer. And then, through no fault of my own, Vandaniel rips the heart out of Zodiark, killing him, eliminating the etheric shield, and suddenly Meteon's blasting us of Akasa is now going right through our atmosphere again. Only now we are sundered creatures which with much diminished etheric density, and it affects us directly. Pretty cool. So now, having learned all of this, which was the whole point of her telling us to remember Elpis, she remembers. She is like the main person who is independent of the time loop problem. Her plus whoever else she got to work with her to do the Heidelin stuff. She remembers. She said, hey, Elpis, so that I would go back and learn this stuff. And now I have learned this stuff. And I know that the key to survival is people who can stand suffering, who can experience it and find joy despite it, who can fight despair, and also what Robin knows is that there's a bad sumbitch out there who needs stabbing. We have an enemy. This is possibly the biggest thing that the ancients didn't know. There's a bad guy beaming us with death rays. Let's go stab her. That would fix everything. If we got rid of Meton, or whatever her name was, then we'd stop having death rays hitting our atmosphere and it wouldn't matter that we didn't have a good ozone layer anymore. I think that's the biggest takeaway. And Meatbird had a GPS device from Heidelin. Also, Emmett, prior to being tempered, agrees with me that Emmett, after being tempered, is a maniacal madman who needs to be put down. So, you know, giant middle finger to all of the Emmett stands out there. I was right. But that does not, I mean, nothing can detract from the enormous depth and power of the Shadowbringer's story. Emmett, as we saw him, was also a person with his conflicts and his madness and his tragedy. It doesn't detract from that in the least. I still believe everything I said after Shadowbringer. He saw a Zem in us. Despite all of his proclamations about us not being worthy, he saw a Zem in us, and he was desperate to justify himself to us, and couldn't, and allowed, to a certain extent, allowed us to learn more than we needed to, hoping and praying that he could... Remember that one time that we were in the tower and he was just like, you know, you could be rejoined with us and be with me forever. I jest, unless you want to. He missed us, he saw value in us, he saw humanity in us, and he was desperately lonely. And whatever pale reflection of his people he saw in us, he still hungered for its approval and justification. That story is unchanged, but yeah, he was tempered and he was crazy and he was genocidal, and we needed to put him down. And that was an insane amount of lore dump. Very cool. And a really good cinematic. They answered pretty much all my questions. I got answers. Yeah, I got answers. Okay, nice. Alright, I see it. I thought the parallelism between Louis Suarez and Heidelin's statement of purpose and self-sacrifice and saving of others was very, very pretty. Sacrifice. I don't know what that is. Thoughts on Hermes? I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that. I honestly think that the Hermes stuff pre-memory wipe was the least compelling part of the story, and the part that I kind of just have to set aside my disagreement with how it would go and be like, okay, that's how it goes. You know what I mean? Like, the only way to really make it okay in my head is to be like, yeah, he's crazy, and crazy people do crazy things. I understood his depression. I understood his loneliness. I sympathize with that. We talked about that at the very beginning when he first expressed his loneliness to us. But the whole, I want to see if anyone's happy anywhere. Oh, well, except here, of course, because that doesn't count. I don't know. I wonder if the reason why Mitty said, I still don't really understand how the dragons tie in. I wonder if the reason why Mitty said that this star is the last best hope is because all other stars don't have the zodiac barrier and are being blasted with death rays. Oh, but yeah, you asked about Hermes. The pre-memory wipe Hermes is probably the weakest part of the story in my mind that I just kind of have to accept as by fiat given, but I don't find it super convincing as a reason to kill everyone, except kind of not. and then wipe my own memory, I don't know, kind of weak. In my opinion, I'm not even going to look at chat. I'm not interested in arguing about it. You're welcome to disagree. I'm not trying to convince you. That's why I'm not even going to talk about it very much. That was the weakest part for me. The post-memory wipe Hades is way more interesting. Like, it's way more interesting because we know that Hades was instrumental in discovering how to summon Zodiark and create the ethereal current ozone layer reinforcement that would prevent the Akasa waves from death raying our planet. Because after all, he was the scholar doing work on Akasa. And then somehow, in some kind of ironic reflection on the nature of who we are and identity, over the course of centuries, warps back to pretty much the exact same place he was at before. I want to die and kill everyone. Again. Thousands of years later. Obviously, he was corrupted to some extent by the weirdness of Ammon. He even told us later on that he identified more as Ammon than as Fandaniel, and certainly not as Hermes. But they always tried to get a reflection and use memory crystals. I don't know, I think it's ironic. Despair at being depressed and lonely in a world without depression or loneliness causes me to seek any happiness elsewhere in the universe, and unable to find it, I go a little crazy and try to bring out an apocalypse that will kill everyone, including myself. And then several iterations, depending on how you think about identity later. Now I'm Fandaniel, even crazier, and I want to kill everyone and myself. I think that is my current understanding of everything. There was a lot to unpack. I'll probably be thinking about it all night, and I'll think about it through tomorrow. Maybe new things will come to me, or I'll understand something differently, but that's pretty much my current understanding of all of the stuff that happened today. A lot happened. I'll probably think of some new things. Overall, I would say it was extremely good. As always, I appreciate how they can weave in previous storylines without diminishing them or undercutting them. They did a really good job with that, with little things, from the bureaucratic nature of the ancients that we saw in Emmett's Amarat to the bureaucratic nature of the real one we went back in time to, into the big things with Emmett in his pre and post despair states. It was very, very well done, and I appreciated the fidelity to the past. Because Shadowbringers is still, in my mind, better. Today's last couple of hours brought Endwalker up, right? We're getting answers, we're nearing the conclusion probably. More things are becoming clear. But not all the way. Whereas Shadowbringer, a lot of things are resolved. But before today, I would have said there was a big gap between Shadowbringers and Endwalker so far, and today that gap has narrowed. Today's last few hours were extremely good. Big lore dump. Man, it feels so weird to be going. This is trippy. It feels so strange to be going back to the source and like talking to the Scions. It feels like it's been an absolute age since I talked to them. We've been away for a long time, delved deep into another age. This feels surreal. Alright, let's report to Kryl. Robin, impeccable timing as always. I'd heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Yeah, true. We need a meeting. As so often seems to be the case while you were away, we've had some developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Yeah, I mean, it's like, who cares, right? I mean, sure, I'm sure things have happened, but right now, we need to use... Oh my god! Is that what the moon is for? Probably not. Is the moon a battleship? Can we use the moon to chase meat bird? Anyway, we need to get to Meatbird, which means we need a spaceship. And there is a fucking moon spaceship up there, so I don't know. Maybe we use that. None of this other stuff matters. We gotta go kill her. That fixes everything. God, I will not. I don't know what I'm gonna do if the moon isn't an evacuation ship driven by little bunny people, but in fact, a gigantic intergalactic battleship driven by little bunny people. I hope not. But also I kind of hope yes. Have you learned anything more of the final days? Oh, I probably shouldn't have started this. The journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Too late. I started. Unfortunately, during your time on the first, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged, trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it is a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alice and Alpha No have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus and Minas is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Stola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn and the Assyrial Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. Yo, I need a boat so I can go stab a bird. You'll also recall the proposal issued by Master Frank to the people of Radzadhan. Following their discussion, Vritra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far, so good. But that's where things get a little strange. The Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Alright, can I yoink their ship? Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alisei, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... Ominous music stop. The final days have come to Garlemald. Because those people haven't suffered enough. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Frank. Then panic broke out and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shells went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. Oh my god, I completely forgot about Xenos too. Holy fuck. Wow. You know a lot's been going on when I forget about Xenos. The others need you, Robin. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference. I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully, Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. There's something very important I need to do before anything else. Teleporting and starts a cutscene, so don't. You want me to go to bed. Hold on. There's something unbelievably vital that we have to do right away. Alright, we're good. Hello, my friends. Wow, that is some fancy armor. Use the same top. There's two I use. I use this one, and then I use another one with a pink cape. But I don't know where it went. I need to make another glam plate for it. I think that we call it here. Because a huge amount of my audience is European, including many of my friends hanging out with me right now. And in Europe, it's like 2 in the morning. And I don't want to keep them up. So tomorrow, there's no Final Fantasy, and there's no WoW. And I'm not going to set an alarm. So for the first time in like a month, I may not be waking up at 5 in the morning. There might be a surprise stream in which I play a game that a dear, dear friend of mine has asked for me to play. If that happens, it will start no earlier than... Guys, you're supposed to wait until after I turn off the stream. They're not supposed to know about this. It will start no earlier than 11 a.m. U.S. Central Time, 6 p.m. EU time. That would be the earliest I start. And then I'll be back on Tuesday. Guys, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I have 0 WoW. And we will be doing 12 hours plus of Final Fantasy each and every one of those days. Every single one. And the schedule will be the same every day. Start at 5 in the morning, which is noon EU, and go until we're all exhausted every single day. I can't wait. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be so good. Guys, I have to turn off the stream or I'm going to get banned. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. I truly appreciate it. Real quick, Karen, thank you so much for the 3 months sub. Voldar, thank you for the 2 months. Kyle, thank you for the sub. Ariella, thank you very, very much for the gifted sub. Ether, Janie, Alexander, Wallardo, thank you so much for these subs. I appreciate it. Charlesy, thank you for the 2 months. Garlic, thank you. Bowser with 5 gifted subs. I'm very grateful for the support. I'm glad you're joining the stream. Okak and Sven and Celica and Rebuke and Chris and Wyazgrant and